2024 taxpayer millage public hearing to order. I would like to welcome everyone this evening. We are here tonight to receive input from the community on the tax millage rate proposed for this school year. The superintendent has recommended a millage rate of 20 meals, which means that the millage rate will decrease by 1 meal from last year. We encourage and value public input into the school system's budget process. This is the second of 3 public hearings where the public will have an opportunity to have a voice. The first hearing was held this morning, 9 o'clock, and the last hearing will be held on Thursday, July the 20th at 6:30 p.m. in this boardroom. The administration and board will consider all the input received at the hearings prior to adopting a millage rate on Thursday, July the 20th at our regular scheduled meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Second.
A motion to approve the agenda has been presented, has been made by Ms. North and seconded by Ms. Duncan. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. The agenda has been approved as presented by 7-0 vote. 7-6. Oh,
Six.
sorry. Oh, 6-0. Sorry, we have one board member that is not here, Ms. Janie Jones. So that will be 6-0 vote. Do we have anyone wishing to address the board tonight? Okay, thank you very much. There are no visitors who would like to address the board. The public hearing will conclude at 6 o'clock p.m. The time is now 5:59. Do I hear a motion to conclude the meeting? Second. Jamie Jones. A motion to conclude the meeting has been made by Ms. Sandra Jackson-Lett and second by Ms. Jones. The meeting is now concluded. Can I get a? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Motion carries 7-0. Meeting is concluded, 6:00 p.m. I shouldn't have looked at you. Good evening. It is now 6:00. I would like to call the Rockdale County Board of Education work session to order. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second, Akita.
A motion to approve the agenda as presented has been made by Ms. Duncan and second by Ms. Palmer. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Ms. Jones? In favor?
Favor to approve the
Okay, thank you. Motion carries 7-0. We will now recognize visitors to address the board. Do we have any visitors? Okay. There are no visitors who would like to address the board tonight. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's cabinet updates. Dr. Oates, please introduce your cabinet and provide your update.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Coming to the podium, I believe, are two distinguished young ladies from teaching and learning.
Okay, well, good evening, Chairwoman Brown, Vice Chair Duncan, Dr. Oates, Board of Education, Cabinet, citizens. It's my pleasure to be here. I love coming because I know we are like the little golden nugget in the school system, and I'm so happy that I get to be a part of that. So I'm going to just talk with you, update you. We have two new faces from the last time that I presented, and so I'm going to give you a deeper overview of early learning than I typically do. In our department, we have Parents as Teachers program, which is a home visiting program. We've got Georgia Pre-K, the Early Learning Center, and L4GA has become a huge part of what we do in early learning, and I'm super thankful for it. Parents as Teachers, for those of you that don't know, or if you know, I'm going to enlighten you again. It's an evidence-based home visiting program. So we have parent educators. We have 9 people certified. They go into parents' homes. We do family well-being assessments. We do child development screenings. We set goals with families. We link them to community resources. And each parent educator carries, a full-time parent educator carries about 20 families. And we go in, and I'm going to tell you a great story in just a minute that's going to be the most moving thing ever. We've got some great news. Our Crystal Gutierrez, who has worked in the district probably at least 15 years, she was the Georgia Parent Educator of the Year. And her story is phenomenal. She had a young fella on her caseload who is just over 1 year old. 1 year old. She noticed when she was doing a screening that he wasn't tracking the words right with his eyes or tracking her finger motions. He was having some hesitancy. So she suggested to the mom that she go talk specifically to the doctor. Well, first-time moms are kind of like us with our parents. We always think our parents look young and the exact same as they always did because it's all you know. Well, this mom took the baby to the doctor. The doctor indeed noticed that something wasn't tracking right. The child ended up having orbital cancer. Lost his eye, had his eye replaced, but now is healthy, cancer-free, and is scheduled to start the ELC this year as a 4-year-old. So I say that to say we never take advantage of anything that we do in homes, and you never know, the slightest little thing can make the biggest impact in a child's life. So rightfully so, she's the parent educator of the year. In addition to that, I could give you 1,000 examples of her and the whole team's just gracious spirit. The way they reach out, the way they support each other is pretty amazing. As a team, this year they were one of 13 affiliates in the nation chosen to be in the CQI process, which for those of us that are seasoned educators, it's really the cycle 4 results for us. It's continuous quality improvement. But to someone who's not a classroom teacher or an administrator, sometimes that cycle is not as clear on things that they do. So we did 2 cycles and completed them. We were one of, I think only 10 people completed this cycle because it's pretty intense. And you meet with a coach from Minnesota, actually. You meet every week for 2 or 3 hours. You talk about your team, you talk about your progress, you reevaluate the plan. So the ladies finished that. They did a great job, and both of their results came out positive. So I'm proud of them for that. They also, in addition to being a quality endorsed affiliate, they're a blue ribbon affiliate, which quality endorsement is kind of the apex of PAT. But if you're a blue ribbon affiliate, that means that not only do you meet that 90% threshold on everything, but you exceed all of the, I think there's 89 factors that they look at. So they do awesome work. And this is our program highlights. On the left, that is from the previous year because they run on the federal grant cycle. They're same as us. So we just got our information for last year and this current month. So on the right, that's our this year's highlights, if that makes sense. So the work on the left is from last year's work. The work on the right is our current work that we're doing in home visiting. Community events, they are everywhere. I mean, I hope that any community event you go to, you see that green tent and you know that we're out trying to find children that need to be connected to services and events in the community. They're always participating in professional learning. We do parent seminars quarterly, so those are evening events. And there's some pictures there. You see the parents come. We put activities out at the tables. We connect all those to GELDs. We give away so many books, just books, just encouraging parents to read and be a part of their child's learning. This year, that truck that you see in the top middle slide, that's called Healthy Mamas. Healthy Mamas distributes supplies for new moms. So it's diapers, it could be in some cases, we had the formula shortage last year. So they had formula that they were given to some of our moms that didn't have access to that. We participate, if you have an event, please call us. We're always going to be there to do it. In Target last week, I gave my business card to someone. Are you a Rockdale County mom? Let's move on to Georgia Pre-K. You know, we have 17 Georgia Pre-K classes and 2 preschool classes at RCA. We have registered all but 10 students this year. We did on-site registration. So student registration sent a representative to Rockdale Career Academy. While they're registering, we're meeting with parents. We are screening their children. We catch a lot of students that way. You know, you can see a child, screen a child and say, let me give you a recommendation like to the Ready department. Or you see parents coming in with 3 or 4 children by themselves and you know they're struggling. So we may give a recommendation to the food bank or Rockdale Emergency Relief, anything. So it just gives us an opportunity to meet every parent, meet every child, and make sure we're doing the right things for people. We were one of 3 places in Georgia this year that participated in this pyramid model PLC right from the start. So it's kind of a reset for PBIS. I say it's a reset. It's really more of an in-depth training on meeting students' social emotional needs. And we know that we're seeing that everywhere now, just behaviors and emotional control. So that was really awesome. It was about 50 total hours of training we did from January to now. So we can actually redeliver that in our district for pre-K teachers. So I'm excited about doing some of that work this year. And you all know that Kimberly Tomlinson is one of the finalists for the Georgia Pre-K Public Teacher Teacher of the Year. I'm confident that she's going to win. There's no way she won't win. She's amazing. She is the best, the absolute best, and a total light for me. Mr. Kenny, I put this in for you. So if you have any questions about that picture, I'm just kidding. The Early Learning Center is so fun. We partner with Early Childhood Education Pathway students, and we are really trying to beef up that program because we need kids that want to teach school. So it's always fun. Now that COVID is over, we're able to partner again, get students excited about the program, do fun things, do fun activities. We have done a lot of in-house field trips and found that that is a really great way for students to feel and learn about the world around them without piling them on a bus, taking them somewhere, coming back. But those trips are fun too, but there's a lot of things that we can do in-house. So we have a lot of people coming to us. The more parent-child events we can do, the better. And if you follow any of our social media, you'll know, I mean, we have parades around the school for every single holiday for Dot Day, and you've all been a part of that. Miss Brown probably comes to read more times than I read to the students, honestly. Moving on, this is the pyramid model that we were talking about. That's all the hours that we spent doing it. I've already explained it, so I'm going to move forward. And then L4GA. This is my hard sell. L4GA is the most amazing dollars that we have received in this district, if you ask me, aside from pre-K. But we do all of the assessments. It's the phonological assessment. PALS is actually shutting down. It's a University of Virginia program. So next year, we're going to have a replacement that is aligned with HMH and Acadience data. But I will keep using the data set that we use, because the longitudinal data has been really priceless for us to see the impact of the work that we're doing. And then we use the Peabody Picture Vocabulary Test, which just tests vocabulary from really ages 3 to we could take it. Dr. Oates, you would probably like hit the ceiling really fast, but me, not so much. Our summer tutorial, our L4GA teachers, and a couple of our teachers come in. It happens, the hub is kind of at RCA. You can see the teachers working with students there. Students come in with their parents 2 or 3 times a week. They sit for 30 minutes, work on skills that were identified in the PALS assessment. And then we give parents tools like, go home, do this with your child. This is the target, and this is the reason why. So we put a lot of data in parents' hands too. Every parent wants the best for their child, but they don't have the tools to do it sometimes. They don't know. So it's really awesome. It's way more in depth this year than it was last year, just because you learn as you go, and we're kind of flying the plane as we do it. But you can see we've got 58 students that are rolling up, and those were students directly pulled from their end of year PALS assessment. And then we have 37 students participating in the pre-K transition program, which is not housed with us. It's in a private center, but we work with those students also and their parents. We're doing 2 parent evenings with them so that we could do the same thing. So that is a little bit different than the work we're doing at RCA. We have a few students that are going to JH House because it's close to their school. So we have 2 tutors working from JH House this summer, and we have 2 tutors that are doing home visits for parents that didn't have transportation. This is the research. Research says that students entering kindergarten naming all their upper and lowercase letter sounds, naming their upper and lowercase letters and identifying letter sounds outperform their peers significantly by 3rd grade. So I'll get to, you have access to this. You can, that is exactly what I just told you, but that's what's assessed in the PALS. So I put a lot of weight in the PALS. I'm going to show you this video really quick to show you an in-depth look to tutoring.
Hi, I'm Shauna Miller, Director of Early Learning for Rockdale County Public Schools. You just heard the beginning of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, a song that for many students might be their first introduction to language. Parents have long used nursery rhymes to help their child learn. We see that when we first get our pre-K students because most of them already recognize and can repeat this song and other nursery rhymes that has helped them to learn rhyming words and patterns of language. Some students may not receive as much language support early on, and that's where L4GA can help. This video shows how the Rockdale County Public Schools Department of Early Learning L4GA grant helps Rockdale students ages birth to 5 to be prepared to learn and enter kindergarten.
Hi, I'm Michelle Lindley, a retired teacher from Rockdale County Public Schools after 30 years. When Shauna Miller came to me and asked me if I would like to work for the L4GA team, I said, absolutely. I get to do exactly what I love doing, working with kids. My job is to work with the pre-K teachers, assisting their students, reinforcing what's being taught in the classroom. I get to work with one-on-one or in small groups. I work on uppercase and lowercase recognition, letter sounds, concept of print, fine motor skills, using a writing tool correctly. Also working on rhyming and nursery rhymes. We build confidence with these little ones. We have the love of learning and a great foundation for kindergarten. Their kindergarten teacher is going to be so excited when these little ones walk through the door. Thank you for the opportunity to share. Letters make sounds. Hey ho, I know. Letters make sounds. So we read, help me with that one. We read and write from left to right. Kiss your brain. So now we're going to look at the letters and we're going to say the sound the letters make. Will you help me with that? You ready? So what letter? C. And it makes the sound. Go ahead. What shape are you going to throw it at? Square. Throw it. Okay, good girl. This is a letter E, and it makes the what sound? Hi, I'm Michelle Lindley, and in this video, we're working on phonemic awareness for a student to know uppercase and lowercase letters as well as their sounds. We're playing basketball to make it super fun for them while they're learning. They're being able to recognize the square as the shape, as well as throwing in fine motor skills by tossing the beanbag into the hoop. Super fun.
L4GA has been a wonderful grant that has helped my students tremendously this semester, this year. We have a tutor in the classroom, Miss Wiggins, and she does amazing. She has gotten my kids extra one-on-one time to learn their letters, name writing, letter sounds, rhyming words. Whenever we need someone to come in with an activity or book, she just comes in with our theme and she helps plan along. It's like having an extra teacher in the classroom, and the kids just love her. My kids have grown so much. In the beginning, they were scribbling their name, and now they're writing their first and last name. And we have some kids that are even reading on a first grade level to this year. So L4GA has really helped us, and I don't know what we would do without it.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins, for helping me write my name. Thank you, Ms. Wiggins, for teaching me the letters of my name. I like working with Ms. Wiggins because she helped me learn my letters.
I'm Ms. Bratcher. I'm a pre-K teacher here at RCA ELC. This year, we've had the privilege of having a tutor come in and pull our students to work with them each day for the L4GA program. It has made a huge impact on our students' academic growth. And all the students have been very excited to go out with the tutor each day and work with them. And I really believe that each of our students are ready for kindergarten.
I love reading and writing with Miss Lindley, and I'm ready to go to kindergarten.
I pulled out the secret weapon. I brought the kids in. Bring the kids in. I mean, you can't complain about that. The most amazing thing that happens, though, is the data. And when you look at the data, it's just amazing the change. So I'll just kind of tell you what you're looking at it, and you can probably zoom into it and look at the details a little more. So the benchmark for working with a tutor is 13 letters. So if you're under 13 letters, you don't necessarily get pulled for tutoring. So if you look 2 years ago, the last two bars on the right, those are with tutors. So these are students that are leaving kindergarten that are able to identify 13 or more letter sounds. So you can just visually look at it and see the impact of the last 2 years. But if you look at the numbers in the bottom right, and I'm really thankful that my doctor got me these glasses, but if you look at the numbers in the bottom right, you can see the county average was 66% in 1920. And remember, that's the year we went out on COVID. And then 2021, at the end of the year, 78% of our students, and you see the massive jump to 95 and 91% in the last 2 years. So we're going to see that impact in 2 or 3 years when they enter kindergarten, and we'll see a little bit of it now. So also the growth, if you look at the growth, some years there was negative growth in what students were able to do at the end of the year. And I never did find a good answer for that. But if you look at the county growth, we've gone from, 25, 27% 2 years ago to after L4GA to 55 and 52% growth in students. So it's pretty impressive when you look at it. It's always my favorite thing to do is put all the numbers together and see how they work in the end. But this is the STAR Early Literacy Kindergarten Window 1 scores. So that is students that took STAR Early Literacy at window 1. It's hard to compare windows 2, 3, and 4 because some students exit out of STAR Early Literacy, so you're not really comparing apples to apples. So you can see if you just look at the green, that's what I like to do. If you just look at the green, those are our probable readers. You see that tiny little green box 2 years ago and even 3 years ago, but the last 2 years, there's been such a significant increase at the top. Now we've got a lot of work to do because that red block is still a little too big. But fortunately we have work to do because if we didn't, we wouldn't have jobs. So we're busy looking at how we can even lessen that gap a little more for those students that are entering kindergarten. But I feel like this is super impressive data. Okay, so how's it changing what we're doing? Like not just in early learning, but beyond that, we're seeing a reduction in that achievement gap for students, and you can further isolate that data to different subgroups. We're going to continue our tutoring program. We're going to keep refining it. We're going to keep looking at that pre-K data, and we've got to look at also funding to replace L4GA. Keith, you heard that, right? But we really focus on small group planning for these teachers. So we're very intentional. We meet with them really every month and a half, I would say, to say who's on your small group caseload as a teacher, who's on your small group caseload as a tutor, and how are we changing that based on the data that we're getting. We have looked at the data. We're going to move additional tutors to school based on the need, the student volume, which we do that all the time. It's always fluid. We're going to keep doing the summer transition tutorial. We're finding that we're seeing a lot of growth with those students that just need one more thing, and more importantly, with their parents being on board. And then we're going to keep tracking that student growth and figuring out what PL we need to put in place and how we need to adjust and do something different. Something I'm really proud of, and I really owe this to every single other person. I mean, Cindy's always touting the good of Rockdale County. Dr. McDermott's doing a great job recruiting people for everything. And then, I mean, of course, Tommy and Michael and Shirley goes, but we have the best retention rate in our pre-K teachers. And it makes such an impact when you're planning long-term. And this is over every elementary school. So it's definitely, I'm not the magic. The magic is like the teachers and the growth and their commitment to students, and principals hire these people. So they're just hiring the right people to put in the right place. But we have very little change this year, and I'm so excited because it gives us a chance. We know the teachers that need support. We know the teachers that don't. We know how to pair people up for mentoring. So it's just super exciting that we're going to be able to just jump right in. And basically, we're self-funded in a large way. We have a very, very small budget and a huge impact. So I just cannot tell you, I appreciate your support. You guys are all the biggest cheerleaders for the work that we do, and I'm just so proud to be a part of it. I inherited a great thing when I went to the ELC. So these are just some pictures of our staff and students. If you don't follow our social media, you really should at least follow the Twitter page because it's like magic. Pam Coop is magic, and I never put one picture on there, so I get zero credit for that, except for Pam Coop is magic, and we work together. So that being said, what questions do you have that I can answer now or answer later? Or what things would you like to see us do differently? Yes.
Well, first, I want to say thank you for all of the work that you have been doing. And my daughter is now 15 years old. She was an
And she's
ELC student.
with us.
And you
Yes.
all were there then, but you still look the same. But I tell you, the experience was great. And that's why I keep coming back, because it helps to see that the appreciation that parents have for the work that you did with their children. So I am forever indebted to you.
Well,
But I do
thank
have
you.
a question.
Yes, please.
You all do have very little turnover
Mhm.
now. Ms. Brashear, is that how you, Bratcher?
Oh, yes, Ms.
Yeah,
Bratcher.
And Ms. Montgomery.
Hmm.
Okay. All of them were there when I was there, and they're still there. There's another couple of teachers still there as well. What are you doing different than other schools to try to keep the teachers there? What are they satisfied with? What are they, why is it so great? What are you doing so great?
Well, first of all, it is definitely not me at all. It is everybody else. Everybody pours into early learning. And I would love to say that I'm that magic link, but I'm not. They're the magic link. Like the way that they love each other and the way they support each other. I said, it's like the kids run the show there. Like it's not me, because they will straight tell me, you need to do this different, but they're, I don't know if it's the people, it's
Yeah.
just the people. They have a great relationship. And we work really hard to focus on all the good. I know everybody does, and it's not all good, and it's not, there are issues everywhere, but it's about being transparent and saying, let's fix the problem, and being there to fix the problem. We don't have all model employees, but everybody has a gift, and you have to just reach in there and find that gift and really cultivate their strength. And then when everybody starts seeing the strengths in people, everybody has something you can appreciate about them. So again, I'm not the magic. They're the magic. They look out for each other and respect each other. And I was just fortunate that I landed a good crew.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all that you guys do over there. And I am looking forward to seeing you this year.
Well, I'll let you know
I
who
saw
has
that
the same birthdays. For those of you that don't know, Miss Brown delivers gifts to those kids that have the same birthday as her, and I think it's the greatest thing ever.
And I
So,
fall in love with them.
oh,
And they
they're easy to
leave and I
love.
cry. But yes, great teaching and learning is going on over there. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you, and thank you to Miss Chesser for allowing me to come up with crazy ideas and fussing at me when I need to be fussed at. I can appreciate that. Any other questions?
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Remind me again, how many different classes you have? Like how many of the pre-K, like 4-year-old pre-K classes?
We have 17 4-year-old and we have 2 3-year-old. And I'll tell you right now on our 3-year-old list, we have 176 children on the waiting list.
Oh my God.
And we partner with all of our local centers, particularly with Head Start. But the biggest barrier to childcare, it's not even cost, it's transportation.
Mhm.
So it's a pretty significant need and a gap in our county that we have really talked about how we could work with different agencies for that, but it's very complicated.
Mm.
So none of your students are actually on our buses? Is that right?
All of our students ride the buses,
Okay.
but the 176 that are on the waiting list,
Yeah.
like many of their parents don't have transportation to get their child to school.
So would their child not ride our buses?
They wouldn't ride our buses, and they can't take them to like a community center because they can't get them to and from.
Oh, yeah.
I'm probably not explaining it right. So if they come to the ELC, we provide
That's
transportation.
my question.
Sorry, my
No,
apologies.
no,
I
that's
didn't
fine.
understand.
So
But
you
they
have a
can't come
total of
'cause they're on the
about,
waiting list, right? They're on the
right.
waiting list right now,
They're on the waiting list.
which means
Yes.
they're not going anywhere.
That's right.
Okay.
But we will follow up with them every family, dozens of times to try and plug them into somewhere that's close, somewhere that if cost is a barrier, we try everything to get children access to childcare.
Yeah.
And if they can't, then those are the kids we serve in parent seminars, or we go to their homes, or we go to their communities and we give out books and resources and all of the things to just try and get students included.
And so you
Did I
have-
answer your question right?
I think, so,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So you have like 20 classes?
We have 19
19.
total.
Okay.
Mhm. 5 at the ELC and the rest are sporadically placed through the district
Gotcha.
at every school. Anybody else?
Yeah, Ms. Miller, I want to publicly commend the work that you do and the work of the ELC. Obviously, my son is a product of the ELC and moving through kindergarten. And when he started, he was a timid, shy,
He
boy
he was.
who needed an emotional support, stuffed green bear. And you, like, the tremendous work of your staff has brought him out of his shell. And I have no worries that he is going to be fully prepared for kindergarten. So I want to thank you and your staff publicly.
Well, thank you for sharing him and trusting him. It's a big deal to allow your children, especially your 3-year-olds, some of them too, to spend all day with someone. So I appreciate the faith that the community has in us. And anything we could do.
And Shauna, I was, as a former pre-K teacher, yeah, I want to say thank you for the work that you do. Pre-K, and the research is clear how important the early years are, because not only you're promoting academics, you're promoting their social and emotional skills or growth. So thank you. And it's not easy, because pre-K children, they want all of you, all of your attention, all of your love, all of your hugs. And by the end of the day, you feel as if you've really worked. So thank you.
I'm like the grandmother, but you are more than what it is truly my pleasure. I love this town. I love this district. I love the people, and I definitely love the kids, probably more than I love any of y'all. So don't be offended, but it is true. But thank you all. Is that yes, ma'am?
I do. I ditto to everything that everyone is saying. Across the street from you currently, there is a Head Start program that is in partnership with Rockdale County and Clayton County, I believe. Have you guys tapped into them?
We
Because
do.
I know that they've been struggling with how do we get the parents in, because the transportation at 3 o'clock in the afternoon is the issue for parents wanting to be in these programs, and how do they get their children when they're working till 5 o'clock and it's 3:30. So how are you guys partnering with them across the street?
Well, our main thing is, of course, we partner with the food, but also we share our waiting list. We do workshops with them, just trying to get there. But that transportation and aftercare is just a major block that, when the blue bus came for a minute, we thought, oh, this is going to help us. It's a challenge. I mean, it's something that our community, and I will take that charge again and try and think of something, because it's just a huge need. It is, and they're serving underprivileged children.
Exactly.
That we know have at-risk indicators already. That's part of what gets them enrolled there. So, we've got to think outside the box, and I need to re-engage with that, because
it's one of the conversation I had with the director Terry over there recently, and it's one of the major concerns is that, okay, now that we have the program and the partnership and the resources, how do we now get that after school care going?
Well, maybe that's in the form of CTAE partnerships, because our after school program runs with work-based learning students. So they actually.
That's what it is. They're pretty, not new, but they're relatively new to the community, and they're looking for those conversations to be had. Like who do we partner with? Right.
Yeah.
So,
and you know what?
I'd love for you and Terry to talk.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it, because just because it hasn't been done doesn't mean it can't be done.
There we go.
I'm all about that. So, I'll make sure I'll get with you and initiate those conversations, because it is really important, and it's an open, like we can serve so many children there. So we just got to make sure it's happening.
All right, awesome. Thanks, lady.
You're welcome. All right, y'all. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Shauna is definitely a tough act to follow, and my presentation is not that exciting, but I'm excited to be before you guys. Good afternoon, board, Dr. Oates, Chairwoman Brown, Vice Chairwoman, and everyone. Thank you guys for having me. I am here just to discuss one of the needs that we have for the district. If you guys don't know me, my name is Rihanna Rowland. I'm the Director of Assessments and Advanced Academics. I come to you guys typically around milestone time, but now I'm here to support one of Dr. Oates' initiatives, which is the Balanced Assessment System here in Rockdale County. So we have national assessments like PSAT, pre-ACT, things like that. We have the state assessments like milestones, but we also have some local assessments, our CUAs, our CFAs, our interim/benchmarks. And so how we administer those is we use SchoolNet, which is a platform that we use in all of our schools to be able to administer the assessments to the students so that we're able to have the students take the test and then have the data collected, discuss the data in the PLCs to determine what interventions and steps we need to take to ensure that the students are learning. We base that information on using the cycle for results to go through the cycle just to make sure that our kids are learning. So with that being said, right now we're currently using a platform called SchoolNet. You may have heard of it before, especially if your kids matriculate through Rockdale County Public Schools in the last 10 or so years. And so my recommendation is the superintendent will recommend the Rockdale County Board of Education approve the renewal of the SchoolNet platform and assessment bank to provide formative assessments to the students of Rockdale County in the amount of $118,229.54. The renewal is contingent upon the approval of the contract by the superintendent and general counsel. And so we're working on that contract. Rationale, the district's 10-year access to the platform ended on June 30th, 2022. The SchoolNet platform and assessment bank are used to administer assessments to students in order to ensure compliance with the balanced system of assessment and the cycle for results. Assessment data will be used to inform instruction and differentiate interventions. And so the financial impact you see there at the bottom, $118,229.54 from local general funds. And so that is all I have. Do you guys have any questions? No, it's just a 1-year renewal.
1 year.
Mhm.
Okay. Why are we only doing it for 1 year? If we if it worked for 10 years, is there a reason?
So yes, so we had SchoolNet for 10 years, and so as society is changing, as you know, things are changing. We currently acquired a new learning management system, which is Canvas, and so right now I will begin the process to look for another assessment platform that may benefit us better. It may be SchoolNet. We just don't know.
Okay.
We just want to see what else is out there now. That's, especially post-COVID, a lot of things have changed, and so SchoolNet does a lot of magic for us. They have great data reports and things like that, and so we may end up sticking with them. We just don't know. But in the fall, I'll begin the process to thoroughly vet what we currently have and to compare it to what's coming out with some of the other companies to see what's going to work best for us.
Makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Thank you for being transformational, your thought process.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm just curious, what in comparison to other programs that are out there, how does the $118,229 compare?
So see, that I don't know as of right now. And so from what I hear, I know that they're, I guess, on average, but of course, no other vendor that I've spoken with knows what other other vendors are charging. So I won't know until I actually begin the process and do the research. No other questions? Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Okay, up next, I believe, is our operational services.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman Brown, Madam Vice Chair Duncan, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Oates. It's a privilege to be in front of you today to talk about school safety. I will say, starting off, something told me to keep those student testimonials inside of my presentation tonight, but I took them out, so you have to forgive me. We believe that school safety starts with our pillar of our no-cost commitments. Our no-cost commitments start with our school classroom doors being closed and locked during class instruction, all of our exterior doors being locked during the first bell ring, all of our district employees wearing their district ID. There are our substitute teachers receiving a district ID card, as well as our universal check-in system through Checkmate. Good thing about Checkmate is it allows all of our administrators and building staff to know who's in the building and what time they leave. It also allows us to check our visitors coming into the building to go through the sex offender registry for potential sex offenders. And we have protocols for that as well. We did go into some cost commitments this year with the clear book bags. We believe that the clear book bags was a success. Speaking with our students and staff, there is no data out there to speak about school clear book bags, but we know, talking to our students and staff, the success that we've had with the clear book bags. It also helps us with our open gate systems, which we'll talk about a little later. It also allows our administrators, if they have to look inside the book bag quickly to make sure there's no prohibited or illegal items inside of the book bag. Another program that we're also doing is the digital camera upgrades, with you guys also approved, I believe, last board meeting. This goes back to 2020, once one of our early on camera upgrades at CJ Hicks. You see it on the left side, the analog camera, and the right side, the digital camera. So we're looking forward to completing this, all of our schools by the end of next school year. Around this time, we should have all of our internal cameras done in all of our schools to the digital upgraded system. Also, beginning last year, we were able to update our MOU with both of our law enforcement partners. With this assistance of our legal team, we were able to shore up some shortcomings that we had in our MOU, as well as have our 2 SROs inside of every one of our high schools. So that has been a success with our Conyers Police Department and also our Rockdale County Sheriff's Office. One of the biggest changes we made last year was taking our parking lot personnel and moving them up underneath the Office of School Safety. We believe that doing so provided equitable services along our high school campuses, also allows people to be able to look for someone that's dressed the same across our campuses. Well as driving the same color golf cart on all of our campuses, our high school campuses as well. We're also able to fill some much needed vacancies that the schools are not able to fill. Once they came underneath the Office of School Safety, we were able to fulfill those vacancies. Another cost commitment and our layered security, we purchased with your approval, the Open Gate weapons detection system. We did 3 pair as a proof of concept. The Office of School Safety visited every school in our district multiple times last year as a proof of concept to ensure that this is something that will work great for us. And we believe that it worked absolutely well. So much so that other districts are following suit to what we're doing here by purchasing Open Gate system as well. And I believe we have a quick video to show you the ease of access and reason why we purchased the Open Gate system.
On Adapted Mind Reading, stories are designed to build vocabulary and comprehension. There are hundreds of stories to
The Open Gate system being utilized at a athletic event, but you'll see this is one of the reasons why we decided to go forward with the Open Gate system, because you see, unlike a metal detection system, you're able to walk through with most of your items. So it allows our students to walk through with their backpacks, cell phones, keys, things like that. So they just don't have to empty all their pockets. They're able to walk And all the open gate systems, again, are all of our, at all of our secondary campuses as well as programs. Another thing that we entered into last year, around this time, we hired school safety personnel. Dr. Oates gave me two charges to make sure they were highly qualified and that they were highly trained. So around this time last year, we were actually going through the interview process for those. And we didn't get most of those people on until well after the beginning of the school year. But in doing so, we hired some retired police officers, some former law enforcement officers. We also have one person that's pictured was one of our middle school SROs that we turned around and hired as a school safety personnel. We had some also retired military as well as veterans that we hired on as school safety personnel. So when it came to training, the second charge Dr. Oates gave me, he said, Darren, make sure they're also adequately trained to the Rockdale standard. So on top of all the onboarding that they had to do, the regular district training, all of our school safety personnel and campus safety associates were CPR and AED certified. They were traffic control operations certified with the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office. And this was done not to put them out on the highway, but this was done in the fact that we had an athletic event or other event on our campuses, that they will be able to ease the traffic flow and be able to support our police officers out on the road by getting traffic off our campuses. They also had a joint training with the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office for the active shooter. They took the basic workplace security awareness certification that was done online with FEMA. They also had incident command structure training that was done online with the FEMA certification. They had IED training that was done with CISA. They had mindset training that was done in-house. They had youth mental health first aid that was done in-house. They also had a golf cart safety training. That was a training that we developed within the Office of School Safety. And probably one of the most important trainings that they received was the Narcan administration certification training. And this was just not for our school safety personnel and our campus safety associates. All of our Office of School Safety personnel, including my administrative assistant / bookkeeper, she took the training as well to ensure that in time of need, that we will be able to help somebody to potentially save a life. Any questions about any of that before I move into the data? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about the video you just showed. So I noticed that there were a couple that had like a black book bag, and they didn't let them go through. They put it around. Is there any reason why?
It all depends on the settings. So we can adjust the settings, and I don't want to get at what our settings are, but I will tell you that I'm able to adjust the settings in all of our schools so fine that it can pick up a zipper on it. So it all depends on the level of settings. But we found a setting that works for us in our school district to ensure that our students can go through with their items and still pick up prohibited items.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't get the answer to that because I had the same question. There were individuals that were coming into the game, and of those, the people that had the largest book bags that would be able to bring things in, their bags were passed around the center. And so I don't understand why. I mean, I get that, the system can pick up the most minute things, but that's large items.
So I don't know what their settings was. So, right. So I only can speak to what our settings. So our settings will allow our students to go through with their book bags as well as also their binders and other things like that. So I can't speak to what those settings were, but the reason I just showed the video, that it shows the ease of access and that people do not just have to empty all their pockets out before they proceed through the system.
So that generates another question. So is there not a standard to say that at each basketball game, each football game, all bags are to be searched? If they're over X amount of size, you're not supposed to come in with X, Y, and Z. Is there a standard for what we expect as a county school system?
So we have not utilized the open gate system at our athletic events yet. We're still working with our long.
Oh, so that wasn't
our school system. That was no, ma'am. It's random. That was just a video. I'm sorry. That was just a video.
Can I tell you, this conversation was about to go on for a minute?
No, ma'am, that was not our school district. That was just a video to show the ease of
An
access of
example
the
of how
open
to
gate
use it, yeah.
system. So we have not used the open gate system at our school district yet for athletic events because we're still working with all law enforcement partners to determine what that will look like. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, I have two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And the first question is about to check in with Checkmate.
Yes, sir.
So all your staff know it's important that everyone that come through that door needs to be checked in. I don't care whether they're the superintendent, school board member, they know they should be checked in.
So the Checkmate is a visitor management system, so all visitors coming in. So of course,
so we're
we're school employees, so even though we're visitors to the school, we have a district ID that we're able to show that we are allowed in the school. But all visitors, parents, grandparents, things of the sort, they will go through, those coming in here to go to the cafeteria, they go through the Checkmate management system.
Okay, and then my next question is with the clear backpack, because I see some students that have other backpacks besides the clear backpack. Are those bags taken from them or are they checked or how's that?
Yes, ma'am. Great question. So with many of the schools, we have students that participate in athletic events. What happens is there's a centralized system in most of those schools that they have to put those bags in that centralized system or area until it's the end of the school, and then they're able to go back and pick those up.
I have a follow-up question to that.
Yes, sir.
With the clear backpacks. When I was sworn in and given my county issued laptop, I was given this bag.
Yes, sir.
Rockdale County is a one-to-one device to student county. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do they also receive an opaque bag to carry their laptop around in?
No, sir.
They do not receive an opaque bag. What do they receive to carry? Do they just receive the device?
So they receive the canvas bag that they carry their device in. But we also understand this, that the clear book bag is just a layer of security like anything else. If we provided them a clear laptop carrier, something that's prohibited could be easily carried in your waistband, in your sock, in your pants pocket. So all you're doing is pretty much moving the cheese. But we do know that any large items that usually do mass destruction inside of schools or other areas cannot be placed inside of that laptop carrier. It would have to be, concealed in something much bigger. So yes, your question is they have the canvas bag to protect our investment, but if we provided a clear carrier, it's just another place that our students can conceal it.
What, are we seeing any sort of reduction in weapons coming into the schools after the implementation of the clear book bags?
Absolutely, and I'll speak to that in our data.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when the open gate systems are deployed at the local schools, is all the school traffic with children, are all they all have to come through the same entrance, or do we still have the regular entrances open?
So we have 3 devices that's at every secondary school. So normally they place 2 at the bus lane and 1 at the car rider lane. And then they usually have staff that's at the other access points, having our students come around to where the open gate system is, to ensure that they go through the open gate system.
Yeah. I'm going to be open and honest. This is an area of concern for me, and it has been throughout the school year. And I'm going to stop right there. This has been an area of concern for me throughout the school year. And I hear what you're telling me, that when those systems are deployed at schools, everyone comes to those same interests. I've heard something just totally different from 3 different schools at 3 different times. And I do believe they work when they are used effectively, and we do not want them to be a waste of money. And that means they're deployed here at these entrances, and the students are going through the second and the third and the back entrance to get into schools.
Yes, so Ms. Jones, I agree with you 100%. Are we getting 100% of our students when we deployed open gate systems in our school? Absolutely not. We have more doors than we have open gate systems.
But here's the other question. So if we're not getting them 100% of them going through those doors, what are we doing to make sure we get 100% of them going through those doors? Because that is the objective.
It is the objective, and I think our schools are doing a good job to get most of our students through an efficient time. We know, again, that we will probably need more open gate systems. So we probably would need, for our high schools or a high school the size of Rockdale, we probably would need about 6 instead of the 3 that they have. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And not to say that it's a perfect system, because we have, say for instance, Rockdale County High School, they have the freshman building and things like that. So there's other areas of access, and we know that if students is determined to get around the system, there's a way to do it. So we're not getting, 100% of our students, but we know on most days that we deploy Open Gate in our schools, we're getting about 80% of our students.
And that's fair, but the goal is to get 100%. The goal is to work as closely as possible to get 100%, because that is the purpose of the open gate systems.
To get 100%, we would have to have probably about double the devices in order to do so. Because there's no way we would be able to get 100% with 3 doors with 2,000 kids coming through.
Oh, if we close other entrances, that wouldn't help. If we had a school plan that closed off other entrances.
Would not have.
I'd like to share my experience. So I do have a daughter that's in a secondary school, and I do take her to school most of the time. And one morning I was taking her to the school, but she normally would want to get in a different location. But this particular day, when we was driving to go into the parking lot, she said, "No, you can't go over there." I said, "Why?" She said, "Because the open gate system is up. I have to go this way." And I said, "Well, how do you know?" Because I wasn't really paying any attention. She said, "Mommy, I can see it right there." And so I said, "Well, just go there, Mom. We can't get in there. We know we can't. We have to go this way." And so I drove around and I took her there, and she said, we have to go. I have to stand in line to get in. So later on that day, I asked her, I said, "Well, why can't y'all go to the," she said, "Mom, the doors are locked. We can't get in there, and I don't want to be late for my class." So apparently they have informed the students that when they arrive at the school, car riders, there's a certain section that car riders go through. The students have recognized, and it appears to me that the school has informed the students what they need to do. My daughter knew right off the bat that she could not go to a different side of the building. She knew when she saw open gate up there, she had to go through that door. And she didn't want to waste any time because the line was really long. And she said, "No, let me out now because I need to get in line so I won't be late." I said, "Okay, girl." So I do know that there is something in place, and we all know that nothing is 100%. However, I do believe that the school has put a process in place. And I do know that those doors are locked because the students cannot get in those doors, and you can see them scrambling, trying to come around to the open doors.
Yes, ma'am. And our students are getting used to the system now.
Yes.
So as soon as they see it, they're already taking their laptops out.
Yes.
If it's a rainy day, they're taking their umbrellas out. So they're already getting used to the deployment of Open Gate in our schools. So we are doing better than we did initially on when it was just the Office of School Safety users in the system. Now that we have our schools using the systems, they're in communication with their students about the Open Gate system and the deployment of Open Gate.
I'm just curious, is Open Gate, because it sounds like it may not be used every single day. Is it?
No, it's not.
So it's sporadic when it's actually used?
It's not. So we have it set up that Open Gate will be deployed twice monthly. That has to be put in the school safety plan, but it can be deployed at the superintendent's discretion or on communication from our law enforcement that there is a communicatable threat to our school.
Gotcha. And I just want to go back to something you said about the clear book bags, because I mean, these book bags were purchased at a pretty high expense to get clear book bags to every student, and we have opaque bags. And you made a comment that with the canvas computer bags that there may not, we don't anticipate that anybody would be able to fit anything in that bag that really poses a threat to students. I just want to show you that I save these water bottles after every meeting. I have 3 water bottles in this bag that also fits the computer charger and the computer. So a firearm, a handgun could certainly fit where these 3 bottles of water were in my bag. So my question becomes, what steps, I get the clear bag, but what steps are taken to ensure that nothing is brought into the school using these opaque canvas bags?
As for now, there is nothing because we are still using the bags to protect our investment with the laptops. So that'll be a discussion that I guess we would have to have further to say whether we're going to remove the laptop canvas bags and not protect our investment. But again, We know that when it comes to school safety and it comes to school shootings, most the school shootings are done with large items, so large weapons of mass destruction. So yes, a handgun is a deadly and dangerous item, but we do know what most of the damage is done with to schools.
And again, and I think, if I may, I think we of course didn't before Open Gate. Obviously, there was no means of weapons detection, and so when we talk about multi-layered safety enhancement measures, we're talking about enhancing safety, right? And so we know that the most common source for bringing in prohibited items to include weapons have been the traditional backpacks that students carry because of its size and the versatility in that regard. So when you have a multi-layered system where you have a weapons detection system, plus you have a clear backpack, plus you have additional safety personnel, which translates into additional eyes, all of those things together work to constrain the likelihood that that a student or others could successfully pull that off. And we have prohibited items have been discovered in laptop bags. I do want to say that. And so we have the regular structures in place of see something, say something, being very observant. If you notice a student playing, kind of being fixated with their non-clear laptop bag, as I'm thinking of one particular example in which a staff member followed up on that because they noticed that, and then it resulted in confiscating a prohibited item. So nothing is designed to replace the vigilant staff member who's being observant, who gets to know their students and who are just being very observant. But what the data tells us clearly with respect to the infractions that go to or are aligned with checking out through Open Gate or clear backpacks, we've seen that those infractions have been driven down year over year. And so what we want to do is, one thing that is something we need to look at, I always knew that we could benefit from more Open Gate weapons detection system, even more than the 3 that we've secured for each of our secondary schools. The proof of concept, we've crossed that threshold of the proof of concept. Now it's about, but we also strategically and smartly utilized our federal funds for that purpose. But I think also, Keith, that for Open Gate, for the additional supply that we got for our secondary schools, we utilized eSPLOS funding, was it? And so that remains an option for us presently, and in the next eSPLOS, we're writing it in such a way that we'll have that latitude as well. So yes, yeah.
Mesh bag versus the clear bag. I mean, I think it's more.
Our guidelines currently, Ms. Jackson, do not permit mesh bags, but we certainly can continue to monitor and to take a look at it. You know, what we said to parents, I know Cindy, you were a big part of this in terms of communicating out the fact that because we required it at the time we did, we wanted to leverage our federal funds that we needed to expend anyway to get the initial supply for our families, but they knew all along that that would become their responsibility thereafter. But I've had some conversations with some staff members and parents to say, yeah, obviously now with the parents purchasing them like anything else in a regular book bag, they're going to look for quality and that type of thing. And I will say, clearly there were some issues with some bags tearing up, but it wasn't 100%, right? Like anything else. There were much more students who met with success than students they tore up or what have you. But that was an issue, and so now parents know. I know that with our back to school bash, Cindy, and other things we've got, we obviously are securing those clear backpacks, and so some students will be able to still get those without necessarily having to incur a cost.
Yes, sir. And I've actually have a box or a half a box probably now of clear book bags in my car. So when I seen a student that was in need, I immediately replaced it or gave it to the school to replace that clear book bag for that student. Or when we had new students that came on late into the school district and was not afforded one early on, I was able to provide the school with some clear book bags for those types of students as well.
And I'd like to make point that while our bags that we have are much larger than the bag that the student has. So it's way smaller than this. I was looking at my bag, but the one that my daughter had, hers is much smaller that you all give to the students, but their laptops are smaller too.
Yes, ma'am.
So, not that I don't think they cannot put anything in there, but I do think that the clear book bags has really served the purpose that we purchased them for. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate you all letting us know in advance so that we can start shopping for them. I've already shopped for mine before school was out because I didn't want to get in trouble just in case I couldn't get one. But so thank you for the work that you guys are doing to try to make our schools safe. And as a parent of a secondary education student, I am very concerned about safety. And so safety is a top priority for me, and it takes precedence over any other requirement. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
And I want to echo that my wife is a teacher and I have 2 children coming up through Rockdale County Public Schools, so safety is paramount to me as well. So that's why I have a few more questions. So the data, you said that the data will show that the clear backpack, we're going to get to the data later in your presentation, correct?
It's actually next.
Okay, then I'm not going to ask you any data questions just yet. But the school safety personnel that have been hired, you said many are post-certified, maybe have some military training.
Yes, sir.
Are any of them authorized to carry weapons on campus in the case of an active shooting situation?
Not under the scope of our duties. We have a police officer, a former police officer who's now a reserve that works for us, but not in our capacity as being school safety personnel or campus safety associates do we allow that. So whatever they do in their own capacity off duty, but not in our capacity as campus safety associates or school safety personnel.
There are uniformed officers too at each secondary school. Is there one at the middle school as well?
It's 2 at every high school.
Okay.
1 at every middle school.
1 at every middle school. There are 0 at elementary schools.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has there been any communication with City of Conyers, Chief of Police, or the Sheriff's Department to secure uniformed officers for the elementary schools?
No, sir. That's probably something that we would have to address in another MOU because our MOU only speaks to what our current commitment is. But what my plan is to take our school safety personnel that we have remaining after the reduction and put those personnel in the elementary schools for next year.
I get that, but they're not armed. In an active shooter situation, they're not armed.
No, sir.
A uniformed police officer would be.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that we can get a uniformed police officer? We would pay half of their salary and the county or the police agency would carry the other half of that cost. Is that correct?
It's 52%.
Okay. Do you think it would be appropriate to have some sort of communication with the Sheriff's Department? Because obviously the safety is paramount. We are hiring employees, safety personnel employees, but we're hiring individuals that do not carry weapons, that are not uniformed. It doesn't sound like all of them are post-certified. My worry is a Sandy Hook Elementary School situation occurring where we do not have a uniformed officer in any of the elementary schools.
Yes, sir. And that is a concern that I have, as well as Dr. Oates has shared as well. I would say that would have to be a discussion with our law enforcement partners to see if they're able to meet that commitment. I will tell you candidly, they're having a hard time meeting the commitment that they have now. So I don't know if they would be able to meet that commitment to have 11 more officers in our elementary schools. Not to say that it can't be done, but I would say that they are having a hard time meeting their current commitment.
I understand that and respect that, but I would like something on record that there's been a communication with the Sheriff's Department and City of Conyers that there was at least an attempt to get uniformed officers in the elementary schools and that the agency itself could not provide that commitment.
Yes, sir.
And if I may respond to that, I have had conversations with Sheriff Levitt and before now, years ago, saying my preference would be to have a uniformed officer in all 22 of our facilities. And of course, what was prohibitive was staffing, and we understand that, but that remains a goal. And actually, I want to commend you, Justin, for being vocal about that. But it's been something that I've advocated. I want all a uniformed, an SRO in all, at least one in all of our schools. And certainly at the elementary level, it would be one just based on the comparative numbers of our enrollment at elementary school, say, versus our high school, where we were able to secure a second one. So do know that I've said that to Sheriff Levitt. I remember talking to Chief Wilson as well in terms of saying the ideal is in every place. And so we can recommit to to reinitiating those conversations. And also there are implications, obviously, for us from a funding perspective as we have that conversation, as we go forward. So I commend you on that, being vocal about that. And it suggests that I believe that's everybody up here on this dais would be supportive of that. That's not the issue. The issue is the practicality and the actual being able to secure the staffing and obviously the funding that we would have to take care of. So, yeah.
Dr. Oates, my hope is that this conversation makes it to the ear of the sheriff and Chief Bremen.
I have another question. I know that the open gate systems are deployed as a safety check, right? Are there any other safety checks conducted at the local school from the county level, like random safety checks?
So the Office of School Safety, we go around and ensure that the doors are closed and locked. We have a school safety checklist that I created upon my hire, and then we provide that feedback to the principals on or shortcomings or deficiencies that we find. So we go around and do check all of our schools for deficiencies and not being adherent to our safety protocols. We also visit all the schools for fire drills, weather drills, things of the sort, to ensure that they're conducting those properly.
Thank you.
Is there any particular reason that open gate cannot be used every day at the high school level? If we have 3, why are they not used more consistently than a couple times a month?
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah, and let me address that, obviously. And that reason I interject, Justin, is because obviously Director Green is carrying out the utilization of open gate consistent with what my directives are currently. And one of the things when we were initially having conversations about metal detection in general, the first consideration was traditional fixed metal detection that's permanent in its placement. And I was opposed to that, partly because of having looked at some research that suggests when you have fixed permanent metal detection, it's easier to be evasive of what that's designed to prevent, as opposed to knowing that we have a fleet, flexible, easily deployable, wireless weapons detection system that we could deploy at any time, that it raises the deterrent effectiveness of the deterrent value. Now, to your question, certainly you could put them up and they could stay up permanently. But, and let me just say, I'm not suggesting that this is not a debatable point that I'm saying, Justin, to say you could have a debate about is permanent metal detection less effective than flexible, easily deployable, random or strategic placement of a metal detection system. I'm not saying you can't have that debate, but I accepted the argument that the permanent metal detection over time is less effective in the area of deterrence. But that's certainly something. The good thing about this is that as we move forward, we can have conversations. We can have conversations about this and see if we need to adjust, right? Just as we're going to do on clear backpacks as we move forward. It's not no safety enhancement measure that we put in place necessarily will I make an open-ended commitment to, but to say that we're going to continue to look at the data and let the data inform our practices in terms of continuation. I will tell you, when it comes to clear backpacks, and Cindy, this was part of your research that you did where you said that the system that you had looked at, they had it in place for at least 3 years, right? It said that you really need to have it at least in place for 3 years before making any longer term decisions about its overall effectiveness and retaining and that type of thing. So that's kind of what I'm working on the clear backpack from a timeline perspective. Not that it ends after 3 years, but that we will have enough data where we can make informed decisions going forward. But yeah, this is a conversation that I'd have with the Office of Safety about, do we think in light of the data over time with OpenGate that we need to implement a different deployment schedule to include considering a more permanent placement. So that's a good point. Good question.
And I get that and I respect that and I appreciate that very much. Just had one more question before we move on. This was regarding the slide school safety personnel training. So has there an active shooter training, the active shooter training incident command structure, are these trainings that are also being given to the classroom personnel or school personnel, principals, APs and teachers as well?
No, so the training that we had here was just well, let me correct that. Yes, active shooter training is extended to our district. So we had an active shooter training, I believe, most recently at Conyers Middle School, where we also availed our staff to come over and be participants in that. Our law enforcement partners asked for people to be play roles in that. So yes, we have different drills that's afforded to our staff to be able to be involved in those active shooter incident. We also went around with the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office last year, right after the shooting in Texas, to talk about the importance of active shooter drills, response, and the things of this sort. And they also were able to talk about what their response would look like to the school. So they gave each school a thumbnail of what it would look like for their response.
Is there any particular reason why that type of training isn't mandatory for school staff?
I can't speak to that. I can't.
Just talking about the active shooter, the active shooter drill. So, and you're speaking of it in the terms of intricate and detailed training with teachers, with all staff in every building? Is that what you're?
Yeah, like what, I mean, I know they're not going to come out like Rambo with a firearm and take out the shooter, but what the teacher needs to do in that particular incident, is there active training going on in the school setting with admin and with teachers, so that if the worst case scenario actually takes place, that these teachers and staff immediately know how they need to respond to the incident?
Okay, so I asked for clarification on your question so that I can understand. Clearly, there is specific prescriptive guidance for what teachers, what staff, and what students should do during an active shooter training. But that is the extent of that. So securing the door, right? The door should be locked during the
That's
school
our
day
lockdown
anyway.
procedures.
Right,
our
so
hard
that,
lockdown
right, that's hard lockdown. But yeah, so it is clear what teachers should do, where they should move students, turning out lights, all of those things are clear. I was thinking a little more broadly about the active participation in active shooter, but the participation is restricted to when they need models or for people to say, oh, I'm down, I was injured, I was fatally wounded, though that's just that. But in terms of what you're to do as the teacher during an active shooter drill, and of course, you know that there was a law passed that requires at least one active shooter drill by October 1st of each year. But we already exceed that expectation in our own drill formation practices. And the board did decide, and we were appreciative of that we wouldn't create a policy that would allow parents to opt their children out of any such safety drills, because we think that would create gaps in our safety practices. So
Yeah, I apologize. I was confused on the question as well, Dr. Oates. But yes, we have hard lockdown procedures that all of our students and staff adhere to. And again, that's state law now, but that's something we've been carrying out here in Rockdale since I've been here and before I've been here. And we actually exceed the requirement of what the state requirement is for the hard lockdown drills.
Awesome. Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the upcoming training that's going to be required that Dr. Oates was just referring to, that we know is going to have to go through all our schools by October, whatever that deadline is. For the elementary schools, just a quick picture of what that's going to look like, what the words are going to be to the students. I mean, I can remember as an elementary school student, tornado drill, we're in the hall, we got our heads down. I mean, what are y'all going to be saying to our elementary school babies that will not increase their anxiety?
Great question, Ms. North. I'm sure you probably don't know this, but myself and my wife wrote a book about school safety for primary grades. And it talks about that, talks about using appropriate language for each level. Our lockdown drills are not intrusive. They're pretty simple. And for many of our parents, when you explain our lockdown drills to them, they say, oh, that's it. So our lockdown drills, what does it look like? Our lockdown drills, all of our classrooms are already closed and locked. But during our lockdown drills, the shades are covered, the window is covered, the lights are closed. And we ask our students to be quiet. That's
So you just call it a lockdown drill.
Yes,
You don't say active shooter drill or nothing.
it's hard lock. We have hard lockdown and soft lockdown drills. I changed the language when I came here to Rockdale so that it's simple, it's easily understood. Hard lockdown and soft lockdown.
What's the difference?
Hard lockdown, there's an active engagement or active threat to your school. A soft lockdown could be, say, for instance, your local law enforcement partner calls up and says, hey, we have a foot patrol, we're chasing somebody that's coming through the possible school. Just go ahead and do a soft lockdown and we're not allowing anyone in and out, but we're still allowing classroom instruction. Hard lockdown, we're not allowing for classroom instruction. Absolutely. Absolutely.
When you mean classroom instruction, they're just not able to swap classrooms, or like if they're on a.
So we have we have two modifications to our soft lockdown. One, we allow for transition, long as they can transition under the same roof. We won't allow them to leave out and go to other parts of the campus and leave and go to the gymnasium if it's an exterior building or something like that. So long as they can transition under the same roof, we allow for that. But we do have a soft lockdown where we allow classroom instruction, but we don't allow transition. So it depends on the nature of the threat, and that's communicated to us through our law enforcement partners.
But a hard lockdown, you don't allow instruction inside the classroom?
No, ma'am.
They just get behind a desk or what?
It's of utmost importance at that time that they remain quiet. Because there's a possible direct or imminent threat to the school.
So they remain quiet in the classroom.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? Thank you. So getting to the student discipline data, what we did is compare the HPD infractions for the 21-22 school year. We compared the same infractions for the 22-23 school year. So that way we were comparing apples to apples. The top three discipline infractions or HPD infractions for elementary school was the 1.14 group fights, the 4.2 cause of mental harm to a school employee, and knives. So you'll see the 1.14 fights, 3 or more people, we were down, we had 0 this year, so we're down 200%. The cause of harm and mental anguish to a school employee, we were even 26-26. Knives, this is all knives. We had 6 incidents this year, so we're down 50%, for a total of 32 incidents, down 20%. Those referrals, we had 32 this year, which brings us down 20%, and the number of students were even at 28%. Yes, ma'am. We ask that any incident that rises to the level of potential law enforcement interaction is communicated to the Office of School Safety. So that's to say, not all incidents rise to the level of law enforcement, but incidents that rise to the level of law enforcement, we ask that they're communicated to the Office of School Safety.
Okay, so we're having fights, and if we're not reporting those fights on the bus, then our numbers are not accurate.
No, the numbers are accurate because the school was putting those numbers in. So the school finds out about a fight, they do an investigation on the fight, they put that information into Infinite Campus. I'm pulling this information from Infinite Campus that the school puts into their data system.
So it's mandatory that they report that, because I know for instance that this report was not reported to you all, was not reported to the school. So I'm just trying to see how we're making sure that everything, if it's a fight, because if everything from the buses is not being reported, because they are our students when they're on that school bus, then our data is not accurate.
Yes, there are students from the time that they arrive to the bus stop to the time that they get off the bus. So any infraction that's inside of our discipline matrix should be put into IC, and that's done by the building administrator.
Okay, so what do we have in place to ensure that they're reporting these incidents?
Well, that should be that it's communicated by either by the student, the parent, or whatever, that there was an incident. If there's an incident, if we find out about the incident, we'll follow up with the school. But if the incident is unknown, I don't know how we can follow up on an incident that we know nothing about.
Okay, but I'm saying, but they're our students, they're on our school bus. Is it not mandatory that the school bus driver or the bus aide or whomever report fights on the bus?
Absolutely. So the bus driver will report that there is a fight. We normally assist sometimes with transportation and pulling bus video to help with their investigation. So we help out with that as well. So yes, I can't say what did or didn't happen, but I know that we have incidents on buses and that the bus driver reports those incidents either to their supervisor or to the school.
What?
It's either the bus driver reported to their supervisor, they'll report it back to the school, depending on where the nature of the incident took place. Going back to the discipline data for elementary schools, the 1.5 disruptions, last year we had 148, this year we had 255, we're up 72%. Our assaults, last year we had 13, this year we had 7, we're down 46%. Our fights, last year we had 92, this year we had 77, we're down 16%. Batteries, we're even at 12. Group fights, last year we had 2, this year 0, down 200%. Guns, last year we had 0, this year we had 1 incident of a handgun in our elementary schools. Knives, all knives, knives over 12 inches. Last year we had 12. I'm sorry. Over 2 inches, over 2 inches. Last year we had 12. This year we had 6. We're down 50%. Mace or pepper spray. Last year we had 5. This year we had 2. We're down 60%. BB guns. Last year we had 5. This year we had 3. We're down 40%. Drugs. Last year we had 2 incidents. This year we had 1 incident. We're down 50%. And edibles. Last year we had 2. This year we had 2. We're even.
Edibles, or is it each person?
No, so that was, so if you and I did something, that's only one incident, but it's 2 students. So this was 2 separate incidents.
Okay.
The students brought edibles into the school.
Okay.
So with the numbers here you're giving us with the disciplinary referrals that's being documented, these disciplinary referrals are being documented by the school administrator only, not by the teachers, or not by other school staff. You're saying only the administrators of the schools are entering the data into Infinite Campus.
No, our teachers put referrals in as well.
So hold a minute, okay, give me one sec. So you're saying teachers also have the ability to enter referrals into Infinite Campus?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Action steps for our elementary schools will continue with full implementation of MTSS, RTI, PBIS, and SEL, maximize school-based counseling support systems, services, encourage participation in clubs, extracurricular activities, utilize our mentoring services to connect students with caring positive adults. Again, school safety personnel assigned to the elementary schools for the upcoming school year, continue to deploy open gate weapons detection system inside of our schools, and continue use of the clear book bags.
I have one more question. So I'm looking at the action steps that are put in place, and they were put in place this year, right? Okay. And at the end, the discipline infractions increased from last year to this year. So if they increase, what are we doing differently?
Different discipline infractions increased. I'm looking
overall discipline.
Our referrals, our overall discipline has not increased. And I'll get to that at the end, but right here, you'll see our student discipline data. Our referrals are the same, are down 20%, and our students are even.
Thank you. And again, those are discipline referrals being mainly entered by the school administrator, not, you said the staff has access, but they are mainly entered by the school administrator. That means some of them, some discipline concerns or infractions may or may not have been reported.
A teacher can enter a referral, but it's up to the administrator to go through at the end of the cycle to clean up the discipline data to ensure that it makes sense.
Mhm.
So that's something that we do
It makes sense.
yearly. Yes, because I will tell you, and the reason for this is we had, say for instance, a student that received 3 infractions on the same day. I got in a fight, I had a weapon, and I had drugs.
Mhm.
We had people that were putting in 10 days OSS for each infraction. Well, you can't do that. You only can give 10 days maximum. So it's important for our administrators to go back through and ensure that the data is entered.
Yeah, Director Green, just to clarify what Director Green was talking about is the process that has to happen before there's official reporting to the state.
Yes, sir.
Of the disciplinary data that is required to be reported to the state. You go back and you do a check to make sure there are no clerical or oversights or errors with calculation, or they were reflecting 30 days when actually it was 10 days for 3 separate infractions that were committed by one student. So that's what you were referring to. You were not referring to the notion that administrators would change disciplinary referrals that were submitted by staff. And I want to be clear, because this appears to not be clear, and that is that teachers have unencumbered ability to submit referrals electronically to administration.
And that was the clarity I was seeking.
That was the clarity.
That was the clarity that I was seeking, because this question has come up once before, because my concern has been that maybe staff does not have, they have access to Infinite Campus, but maybe the referrals that they are putting into Infinite Campus, like you say, they're being filtered through by school administrator, and the school administrators may or may not be deciding which infractions are going to get consequences, or whatever those identifiable consequences are. So that was the clarity that I was seeking. Because like I said, I've brought this question up once before, and I think I got a different response from what I'm hearing now. I'm thinking that once before, when I brought this question up, the response that I got was that the school staff did not have access to Infinite Campus, and it was only the school administrator. That was alarming to me. So that's why I'm bringing up this question again. And thank you for the clarity.
Yeah, I'm glad we've clarified that. And that's been the case for many years. Infinite Campus has been around now for 15, 20 years,
Yes.
15 years or more. So that's important. Now, what I will say is that, and you can appreciate this, Ms. Jones, very well, is we do have an obligation in the larger context of the MTSS process to be mindful. And so there are times when administrators, if a particular student is in a certain process, they may ask questions about a referral that was submitted to make sure that if there's a plan in place for a student, if it's a behavior intervention plan or what have you, that those steps have been followed prior to the submission of a discipline referral. And that's appropriate. That's responsible, discretionary oversight on the part of administrators. But no administrator has been given the directive by me or by our Office of Safety that you shut off referral. In other words, try to minimize or underreport. No, we need to know what's happening, and the reporting needs to go forward. Now, I also want administrators to make sure that if you have students in the MTSS RTI process, that we're doing what we're obligated to do, as opposed to just submitting referrals. Are we actually carrying out that behavior intervention plan?
Thank you. And I'm sure that those who's going to appreciate this. One thing about that MTSS process, it can only be effective. It can't be effective if it's overloaded. And the question was whether every child does not need to be in the MTSS process. Some of the children, this is our policy, this is our procedure, these are the consequences.
To our middle school data, again, we could compare the HPD infractions for the 21-22 school year to the same infractions this year, so we could again compare apples to apples. Their top 3 infractions for the 21-22 school year was knives, possession of hazardous objects, and fighting. Knives were down. We had 12 incidents this year. We're down 29%. Possession of hazardous objects, which are BB guns, pellet guns, things of the sort like that. We had 1 incident this year. We're down 85%. Fights, we had 177 this year compared to 173 last year. We're up 2% for a total of 190 incidents, up 3%. Referrals, we had 190 this year compared to 196 the year before. We're down 3%. And students, 325 this year compared to 313 the previous year. We're up 12%. Again, middle school discipline data, disruptions, 42 for 21-22 school year. We had 17 this year. We're down 60%. Assaults this year, we had 11. We're down 21%. Fighting, we had 177 incidents this year. We're up 2%. Batteries, we had 68 this year to compare to 42 the previous year. We're up 62%. Large group fights, we had 10 the previous year. This year we had 5. We're down 50%. Guns, 0, we're even. Knives greater than 2 inches. We had 12 last year. The previous year we had 17. We're down 34%. Mace, we had 1 incident this year compared to 3 the year before. We had down 67%. BB guns, again, we had 1 this year, 7 the year before. We're down 86%. Drugs, 19 incidents this year compared to 11 the previous year. We're up 72%. And edibles, we had 13 incidents this year compared to 3 in the 21-22 school year. We're up 333%.
Director Green, I wanted to interject. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Palmer. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's fine.
go ahead.
I just wanted a clarification on disruptions because I noticed with the elementary, there are so many more incidents. So can you explain what the disruptions are? Maybe I'm.
Great question. So a disruption could be anything from yelling to a student that's tearing up a classroom. So it depends. It's level 1, 2, and 3. So it can be something minor to, again, yelling to a student that's all out tearing up a classroom and destroying desk and property.
Director Green, I wanted to point out, and this is something that I think will be apparent looking at the middle and the high school data, but to some extent elementary, and that is the increase with edibles. And I will say that I tasked Director Green with communicating with our local law enforcement partners to plan an awareness campaign that we're going to kick off this coming school year, in which we're going to leverage Rockdale Youth Leadership and other organizations, student-based organizations, to pull together to really try to raise awareness of the dangers of edibles. Because of its form, it's internalized by a lot of students as being less dangerous. And we've had a number of incidents of students who have had to receive emergency medical care because of the use. And so one of the things you and I have talked about is that the high priority discipline increase, which is disproportionately being driven by drug infractions that are disproportionately driven by edibles.
Yes.
So that's something that we are jumping on, and not only local law enforcement, but also persons from the medical profession and others, where Director Green is working with his counterparts at local law enforcement to pull that together. And we'll have a kickoff, but then it's going to have to be a kind of a continuation of that conversation. And I know it's going to be a big part of my student advisories this coming school year as well, because it's a real problem, and we know it's a national problem, right? So yeah.
And Dr. Oates, is for that reason that we work with Cindy to work with GNR Health to get that Narcan certification, to ensure that if a student or staff member needed some life-saving measures, we would be able to do that, because these things could be easily laced with fentanyl. And if you know anything about fentanyl, you can just touch it and have an overdose. So we felt it was important to have that Narcan certification for our school safety personnel, campus safety associates, so they would be able to save life-saving measures if needed and necessary.
I want to commend Cindy in her role as liaison for public health, and really, yeah, she's great. Yeah.
Dr. Rhodes, I would like to also see with that publicity that y'all put out, maybe to also increase the knowledge of the vaping products that are out
Yeah,
there,
absolutely.
because it looks like candy. It's this age of our middle school, high school, and young adults is just, and it's got the same effects on their minds. It is messed up.
And Director Green, I know the local law enforcement agent has talked about how they also have tried to address the issue of ease of access locally
Absolutely.
to yeah.
Absolutely. So they're very supportive. I've reached out to again, both our law enforcement partners at the highest levels. They're very supportive. So they're just waiting on our direction to see how this will work out. But we're eagerly looking forward to doing it to raise the awareness for edibles and vaping in our schools. High school data, again, we compared the 21-22 school year HPD infractions with this year, the same, so we can, again, compare apples to apples. Narcotics, fighting, group fights, and knives were the top 3 incidents for the 21-22 school year. Narcotics or drugs, we had 62 this year, we're up 1%. Fighting, 1.14, the group fights are 3 or more. 21-22 school year, we had 26 group fights. This year we had 7, we're down 73%. Knives, and this is all knives, 21-22, we had 19 incidents. This year we had 8, we're down 58%, for a total of 76 incidents, down 25%. Referrals, 76 compared to 102, we're down 7%. Students, 95 to 114, we're down 16%. Again, to high school data, the 1.5 disruption. This year we had 78 incidents, we're up 26%. The assault, 4.2 assaults, we had 7 incidents this year, we're down 46%. Fighting, we had 77 incidents this year, we're down 16%. Batteries, we had 58 incidents this year, we're up 5%. The group fights, again, 25 to 7, we're down 72%. Guns, the 21-22 school year, we had 2 incidents of handguns inside of our schools. This year, we had 0. Knives greater than 2 inches. We had 8 incidents this year compared to 19 in the 21-22 school year. We're down 58%. Mace or pepper spray, this year we had 2 incidents compared to 7 in the 21-22 school year. We're down 7%. BB guns this year, we had 3 compared to 5 the 21-22 school year. We're down 40%. Drugs, again, 62 to 61, we're up 1%. And edibles, 14 incidents this year compared to 8 the 21-22 school year. We're up 75%.
Question, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Looking at your data, and I see you see fights or disturbance 3 or more. And if I'm doing my math, and I see it's down, what about an individual fight? What's that percentage? Because when I'm doing my math, it look like it's more fights. If I'm on the right page. So what's the percentage of individual fights? Can you?
So we're looking at the high school data, the 5.1 fight. 21-22, we had 92 fights. This year we had 77. We're down 16%.
No. I understand what you said, but when you go back to the numbers where it says 3 or more fights for high school was 7 for this year. But when you go to your number, fighting is 77. So that means there was 70 individual fights.
No, so you can't have a fight by yourself. So there's those were the 5.1 fights of 2 people. 1-on-1, 1-to-1.
That's what I'm saying, 1-to-1 versus I know you can't fight by yourself. What I'm saying, and you're using fights with 3 or more people. So what I'm saying, when you saying fights, and it says 77 fights, but you only saying, but your 3 or more was only 7 incidents.
Right. So we only had the
70 with 1-on-1 fights.
So the 5.1, it was a fight with 2 people. One versus 1, 2 people. The 1.14 could have been 3 people to 10 people.
So basically what you're saying, group fight based versus the individual fights. Okay, that's what she's asking.
Yes, ma'am. So we're down, group fights, we're down 72% compared to the 21-22. And if we could do the numbers, I would say those numbers alone, we know the 21-22 school year, we have very large group fights, 8, 10. This year, we didn't see anything of the sort. So we're much better off than we were in the 21-22 school year.
Okay, and I see that you have your fighting and group fights separated on your data. So and I see the group fights, and I see you said it's down 7%, but when you go back to that thing, you only said that it was only 7 group fights, 3 or more, I'm assuming. And you're saying it's down, but then you got your fighting and group fighting separated. So this other number that you're saying, you go back to you saying fighting was 77 for this year in high school, down 16%. And then you got your incidents for 2021 was 92. So you said it was down. But yet when you go to your group fights, 3 or more is 26 and then 7. So my question is, what is your percentage for your incidents for your individual fights?
77% for this year, 92% for the 21-22 school year, down 16%.
Oh, 77.
No, that was group.
77 and 77 incidents, down 16%.
And so I think the important point to make is that we have specific disciplinary codes that describe a specific type of infraction. So we have the conventional fights, which are 1-to-1, which is 5.1. And then we have the group fights. Remember, this was something I instituted in response to all of the group fights that we're having in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic. And we deemed it 1.14 is the code. So that refers to, we had 7 this year, down from what, 26 or 25 the previous year. Right. So those are 2 different. Now, if you say fights without regard to the number of participants, you would merely add 77 and 7. And yes, right.
You would also have to include the battery inside that as well.
Group fights 25. So then on your high school, it says 1.4, 26. So which one is which? 1.4 student discipline data high school, 1.1 fighter disturbance says 26. Then when you go to the high school discipline data, group fight 1.4 says 25.
Is it a different slide from what's on the screen, Sandra?
So the 26 speaks to the infraction that happened in the 21-22 school year compared to this year, which was 7, which brought us down 73% when you're comparing those 2 things. But this, when we're looking at the 1.14 fight, again, the 25.
But then when you say your student discipline data high school for 1.45, its number incident is 26. So is that those 2 different numbers?
So it's probably an error on my part,
right.
whether it's
Right,
25 or 26, it's off by 1.
Okay.
So I apologize.
No. I'm just trying to make, because we got it. So my question to you again, 5.1 on your student discipline data high school, the incidents. How many? So that's going to be the same as that number back there.
So.
Okay.
The
Yes.
previous
92 and 77.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. These numbers don't match. Narcotic.
Action steps for secondary, continue with full implementation of MTSS, RTI, PBIS, and SEL. Maximize school-based counseling support service, encourage participating clubs, extracurricular activities. Utilize our mentoring service to connect students with caring positive adults. Second SRO, again, signed to all of our high schools. Continue to deploy open gate weapons detection system within the schools and a continued use of the clearable bags. This is total of all RCPS schools, the top 3 incidents for all RCPS schools: skipping, fighting, and intentionally making noise. This year, we're up 2%. We have 544 incidents of skipping compared to 535 in the 21-22 school year. Fighting, we had 290 incidents of fighting. We're up 11%. Intentionally making noise, 440 incidents this year. We're up 45%, for a total of 1,274 incidents, up 16%.
You can't tell me the truth.
Discipline, ISS, We had 2,303 students in ISS this year. We're up 37%. OSS, we had 1,864 students in OSS this year. We're up 20%. Sum of days, we had 7,324 days of ISS, up 35%, and 11,477 days of OSS, up 26%. HPD referrals of all schools. Referrals, 520 this year. We're up 24%. Again, that's attributed to drugs and edibles in the schools. Students, 358 compared to 331. We're up 8%. And referrals of all schools, you'll see we're down. 5,779 compared to 10,712. We're down 46% for this school year. Number of students, 3,553 compared to 3,707 for the 21-22 school year. We're down 4%.
Excuse me, just so I can reconcile this in my head. I'm the newbie on the board, so some of these acronyms I don't know. Can you explain to me HPD?
Yeah. High priority discipline.
Okay. So the number of HPD referrals, those are up. Number of all referrals.
Hey, go back if you could. I'm sorry. I want to go back to that screen that you were referencing. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And so number of all referrals, that would include HPD and all other disciplinary matters?
Yes.
So I want to go back to just one slide in particular. If you go to the next one, go back, it says student discipline data, high schools. So the infractions, I want to make sure that I'm clear on this. The number that is next to the actual infraction there, that'll work. The number that's next to the actual infraction, that corresponds to the enumerated behavior in the handbook, correct? So like 1.5, that would be section 1.5 in the student code of conduct.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the 5.1, that's fighting between two individuals, then it was just added to the code of conduct. I believe the 1.14, that's a group fight of 3 or more.
Yes, sir.
So if there is 1.5, that means there's at least 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 that could also be coded in Infinite Campus. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. If there is that.
Presumably more. I mean, we have a 20-page code of conduct that I'm looking at.
Yes, sir.
And so there are many enumerated disciplinary issues in the code of conduct that are not appearing on these slides. And
Yes,
I know with 20 pages, it would be cumbersome to put every infraction on there. Would it be possible for the board in their disciplinary reports to get the breakdown of each individual code, like maybe monthly, with a monthly briefing by email? Would that be a difficult report to put together?
Yes, it would. So, and not to say that it's not doable, but yes, it would be. So, as you mentioned, we have 20 pages of discipline infractions.
Sure.
With some of those having level 1, 2, and 3 inside of those infractions. So we would have to speak to each one of those individual infractions. So even though it's, I believe it's 100, I believe, different infractions that we have inside of our code. So a monthly report would be very detailed to have to do every month for each infraction.
So it's not an easy lookup on Infinite Campus just to give a printout for that month of every infraction in like a spreadsheet form.
No, we have to click each individual infraction, and then it'll spit it out.
Okay.
And so what I'll do, Justin, is let's have some more conversations about how we could perhaps maybe how we could meet halfway in terms of trying to get that data. But it is labor intensive, and so let's just work on that. Let's just talk about that.
Because I'm the lawyer on the dais. So what it looks like to me is cherry pick data. When I know that there are other enumerated codes that are not appearing on this slide sheet, it almost looks like obfuscation. I'm not saying that that's happening, but I would like to see the data, like the total data of disciplinary issues in the county, because it's looking like things are down in conduct wise in Rockdale County based on the table that you've presented, but I'm looking at increased ISS and OSS referrals and days out of school, which doesn't correlate with the discipline improving in the schools.
Well, and let me address this. I think when you're presenting something as comprehensive as discipline data, you have to establish a scheme or a schemata and be transparent about that. And what this was is looking at the top 3 infractions from the previous year and then carrying over those same 3 infractions for the current year to see, did we see a reduction, staying the same, or an increase in the top 3 infractions that presented last year for this year. So with all due respect, I say that's not obfuscation or cherry picking. It's identifying a scheme, because we simply would be here all night if we were trying to say every single disciplinary infraction. And we know that there are categories of disciplinary infractions to speak to their severity, their relative severity. Some are not as serious as others, but still rise to the level of a disciplinary infraction. So I want to be very clear. And also there's a slide that dealt with all discipline, right? Which gives us that piece, which injects that type of one-to-one. So what I would like to do is for us to focus on what is a way that we can, on a certain time frame, like maybe it's not monthly, maybe it's every 6 weeks or 8 weeks, I don't know. I would like to have more conversation with my safety department and with about how we can show on a certain, so on a frequency that we determine is doable, a snapshot of all discipline. But this was a scheme that we looked at to say the top 3, and let's make that comparison. But then we had slides that dealt with all discipline at each level, all referrals, right? And you're not going to have a one-to-one correlation necessarily between the number of days assigned for a specific infraction, right? Because there's latitude in the discipline referral to say 3 to 5 days of OSS or 3 to 5 days for in-school suspension, or 5 to 10, right? So you're not going to have a one-to-one. So don't overthink or read too much into the discrepancy between the number of days of a particular administrative action like ISS and OSS and the specific infraction itself. So.
Or a referral could ask for no action. So in elementary school, it could be just contact parent or meet with the parent or something like that, or behavior contracts.
But action was taken if a student is assigned to ISS and OSS, and these numbers are up 35% and 26%. I'm looking at the slide that you gave. That indicates to me an increase in disciplinary issues. So when we say we're looking at the top 3 of the incidents that occurred in the last year versus this school year, did 3 other infractions move into the top 3 that have not been presented here tonight? That's where my head goes.
Yes, sir. So with our top HPD issues are this year are not the same of last year. But in order to compare apples to apples, I compared the same incidents this year for the previous year, so that way we can compare apples to apples, because I would tell you our top 3 issues again are not the same.
Top 3, because 3 other that are not appearing on this slide have not been presented, and there have been an increase in the percentage of those 3 incidents.
That's not necessarily true. So those top 3 incidents for this school year, say for instance, high school could very well be drugs, it could be fights, it could just be in a different category. So instead of 1, 2, 3, it could be 1, 3, 2. And so they're still there, but we just decided to do it this way so we can compare apples to apples, so you can see whether we made any progress on those infractions from the previous school year on the same top 3.
Now, again, I know for starting the second semester, I began to share week over week data in the weekly board brief with our board members. But again, I think that I would want to have some conversations, and I think we probably need to also leverage small group board briefings so we can try to come to how can we share the data in a way that makes sense. But I will tell you, it's labor intensive. You're talking about the full disciplinary code. That's information that can be viewed, right? But in terms of let's have conversations about that. Let's have some conversations.
I have a question. So I'm looking at the action steps that were put in place this year to eliminate and reduce the occurrence of the code of conduct violations. Are there any new action steps for the upcoming year? Have we added to this list? Have we revised this list?
So the revision of this list compared to a year previous would be, again, the second SRO, the deployment of open gate and the clear book bags. So that would be something that we added to that was not
this year,
yes.
for this current year, but is there any addition for the upcoming school year?
No, ma'am. So there's no recommendations from the Office of School Safety But we believe that what we have on paper does work if it's utilized inside the schools.
You say
Now,
you,
there's other things that the schools could very well do, and that could be have each teacher at the door during transition. That could be to have teachers at high egress and ingress areas.
Mhm.
So things like that as well, that's not placed on here, but it's many things that we talk to our schools about that can help them maintain safety in their schools that's not included on here.
thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes,
So I have a question.
I think
I do want you to go because mine is more of a very general, easy
Okay.
question. So if
Yes,
it's something hard, go for it.
So looking on what is the slide on page 17 for me under total of all Rockdale County Public Schools. Yes, that one. I understand these are the top 3 infractions year over year. And it was our top 3 infractions for school year 21-22, but they're not necessarily our same top 3 because now our top 3 is edibles and drugs and stuff like that. I get that. So these numbers just add straight down to reflect that the top 3 from the previous year, even though they're not our top 3 this year, we're up in those because it's a 16% increase, right? You follow me? So that if I go down to the next slide that says number of high priority discipline referrals, we're up this year over last year in that too, right? Okay, so then if you go to the next section that says number of all referrals, all schools, we're down. And we've already talked about that our top 3 things this year are not the same as what we reflected 2 slides ago because of drugs, edibles, whatever. So it doesn't really make sense to me, and I know I haven't seen it all. I'm a numbers person, that we could be down 46% in our referrals, but we are up more in everything I've seen previous. So my question to you is, have we changed the definition of what goes into a referral? Like, okay, well, Janie hadn't been that bad, so I'm not going to refer her today. Because why are we so far down in referrals if we're up on all these other things and we're not even seeing our top 3 this year high priority offenses?
Well, I don't know if we're up on everything because with many of the things that I presented, we were actually down on. But I will say this: we're not cherry picking on what's if it's in the discipline matrix, and it's a incident or that a student engages in inside of our schools. It can be a referral. That referral could be everything from having a hat on inside of one of our buildings to skipping to an act of violence. So a referral could be any one of those things from major to minor.
But do you think we were more strict in the 21-22 year on referring things for small defiances?
It could have possibly been. I mean, we were returning from COVID,
Right.
so that could
Pull
possibly
your pants up, whatever.
It could possibly.
So my question was, from the list of things that you've, the different strategies that we're putting in place to support, in your opinion, or Dr. Oates, either one of you guys can answer, what do you think is most effective if you had to pick probably 2 out of the list?
I would say participation in clubs is probably number 1.
Okay.
Because
so
I could probably
finding-
count on one hand the amount of students that participate in clubs and activities that's been in trouble inside of our schools.
So finding ways to have our students engaged.
Yes, ma'am.
Idle hands, okay? And with that said, Dr. Oates, this is for you. As parents who are trying to re-engage in the school system through your PTAs and your PTOs and your parent fund and all that stuff, I think Mandy asked, what is different this year? Or maybe it was Janie, considering that, okay, we now identify extracurricular activities and clubs and stuff as participation. What is your plan for bringing back our parents and all the different mentors and all the people in the community that are wanting to be a part of this process so we can reduce the disciplinary, so we have hands on these students?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Heather. And the reality is that we had been operating under a kind of a phased approach to parents having full access to the school. There were less restrictions during the 21-22 school year, or actually 22-23 school year than the 21-22 school year. And for the upcoming school year, no restrictions, right? In other words, it will be what we recall pre-pandemic, right? In terms of access. And that's going to be communication that our assistant superintendents will relay to our schools as well. By schools, I mean to our principals, and they will make sure of that. And then I'm going to direct them to make sure that they enforce that and that they monitor that to make sure. Because I will be honest with you, I've seen instances in which, notwithstanding the directive even this past year, where there were less restrictions, we saw it wasn't pervasive, but we saw in some instances there were some schools who kind of still felt like they needed to have some restrictions in place.
Exactly my point.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There has to be some, and I hate to use the word campaign, but there has to be a campaign
Oh, you're right.
to make this possible,
Yeah,
to bring them back in.
Exactly.
It has to be intentional about how do we now leverage what we have in Rockdale County community, and that's support.
Exactly.
Right? We got to start maximizing on that.
Yeah, because I would get things like someone said about COVID. I'm like, yeah, but that's not the official line.
And it's not that
Yeah,
COVID is gone, it's just that it's pervasive. And
Exactly.
what I'm asking is that as we commit to keeping our students safe, we have to recognize the importance of families in education and making sure that we are engaging our families and making sure that not only are we saying that we're engaging them, but we're being purposeful about campaigning to get them back in the building, campaigning to have them support us, and intentional about that campaign.
Exactly. No, I agree 100%. And that's going to be very intentional this coming school year, because we effectively will be operating as we did pre-pandemic, or as we were permitted to pre-pandemic.
I'll hold you to that, and
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, please do.
Question. So I think that we collect data from stakeholders 4 times a year about their opinions about the discipline and everything, discipline in schools. How do we use the data that's collected through these surveys? Like staff takes I think it's called a handover survey. How do you all use that data to inform you of what the concerns are of stakeholders?
So I will know that I haven't seen that data that you're speaking of, but I will tell you.
should.
I will tell you that in our town hall meetings with the Rockdale County Sheriff's Office, going to each one of our schools, we did have a chance to listen to the staff's concerns about their excuse me, their individual issues. Excuse me. And some of them said basically they didn't feel safe in our schools and things of the sort. They didn't, felt that they were supported. So we do address those, and we bring comes to our attention. So we make sure that our staff are supported, and we address their concerns as they're presented to.
Yeah, and to speak to data, so we know that the Hanover research, our research vendor Hanover, we utilize those largely and disproportionately for staff survey data, but we know that we already have longstanding surveys in place that are collected annually, and that's something about the Student Health Survey too, the Georgia Parent Survey, the Georgia Personnel Survey, where annually all staff have the opportunity to complete a survey that, among other things, speaks to climate culture, but also students complete the Student Health Survey, which has questions that deal with safety. There's a whole domain on safety. So we are looking at this data. It comes out of Student Support Services, Dr. Smith-Dixon, and we get this data, and the data, of course, is available to the schools, and they're to incorporate that data into their school level improvement plans, not only instructionally, because it also addresses students' perceptions about the quality of their instruction, but also in the areas of discipline and safety and culture and climate. So
Yeah, and it is important that the safety team has access
absolutely
to that feedback, because our stakeholders are telling us what their concerns are. So, and that way it eliminates a hit or miss process or plan in place. We don't have to guess about if we're implementing practices that suits the needs of the community or the students and the staff. They're telling you what those needs are. They're telling you what those concerns are. So, I mean, how could your safety team not have access? Anything else is we're just doing something and hoping that we hit the nail on the head.
we have more than sufficient data to inform our resources, resource acquisition, interventions, So it's not a shortage of data. It's just pulling all that data together and making sure that we're implementing with fidelity. So thank you.
Speaking of fidelity, this has been a hot dais for you, Mr. Green. I appreciate you standing there and answering all these questions. How do we ensure that, because you have individual administrators at different schools inputting the data into Infinite Campus, and in reading the handbook, some of these definitions are a bit nuanced. What training or what assurance do we have that these referrals or these incidents are input with fidelity, that the same incident, if it occurred at Salem High School and Rockdale High School, is coded the exact same way?
Absolutely. Great question. So our school safety team, we answer countless amount of phone calls daily based on that very same thing. What should we do? How should we do this? What should we look at this? What do you think about this? So through the school safety team, that's the purpose of us, to ensure equitable approach to our discipline practice. So that's what one of the things that we do when we're contacted. But I would say, for the most part, there hasn't been any issues that's been brought to our attention that something happened in one school with one student, that the same thing happened to another school student, and there was a different outcome. I would say that we have a pretty equitable approach to our discipline practice throughout our school district. And to speak to that, I will tell you what I inherited and what I changed when I came. What I inherited when I came was that our discipline book spoke to suspension 1 to 10, and that was for all the infractions. So when I came to the school district, we changed that and we made them specific. This incident is ISS, this incident is OSS, to ensure that we have that equitable approach that you're talking about.
Thank you. That's a good point, because if you had just open-ended discretion, then there was a likelihood of having less consistency.
Absolutely.
Right.
Good information that you're sharing.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we have several board members that's very interested in what's going on. So can I recommend, Dr. Oates, that we have some small group meetings for the sake of time, so we can move forward with our board meeting to be more effective and efficient tonight? Maybe perhaps schedule some small group meetings and answer more questions. Very interesting. Got some concerns here, but also too lots of information to share. And of course, we get a lot of questions, and we want to be able to share that with our stakeholders as well.
We'll follow up. And again, I know there are some specific questions I've made note of that we will look at and follow up. Absolutely.
So in conclusion, tribunals conducted this year. We had 38 tribunals conducted this year, 208 waivers signed for a total of 246 processed. Our students this year at the beginning of the school year was 15,734 compared to 15,601 for the 21-22 school year.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate it. This is an important topic,
Yeah.
obviously. This is also important. Finance.
All righty. Good evening, Madam Chair Brown, Madam Vice Chair Duncan, Dr. Oates, members of the board. I have 2 action items tonight. The first one's dealing with the millage rate. The superintendent will, okay, there it is. The superintendent will recommend that the Rockdale County Board of Education adopt a millage rate of 20 mills for the 23-24 for this fiscal year. Each year, the board is responsible for adopting a millage rate to be used to collect local property taxes needed by the school system to meet the budgetary requirements. We all seen the 5-year history that I put up. And then school service budget. The superintendent will recommend that the Rockdale County Board of Education formally adopt the FY24 school food service budget. Georgia's Department of Education requires budget approval of all operating budgets. I will just mention that the budget did go up 11%, and that was because of the increase in food cost and the employer health insurance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
Mhm.
I need to go now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. A point of personal privilege on the superintendent's update, and we do have that. I wish to acknowledge the recent passing of Marquita Grant, who's the former Georgia State GSIS manager serving the state of Georgia in public schools, and she also provided that support for legislation, House Bill 400, about the bridge bill. but Marquita J. Grant, an esteemed former director at Georgia State University's Georgia Career Information Center, was committed to helping young individuals make informed career choices that align with their interests and abilities. She ensured that the assessments, tools, and resources were in sync with educational standards of the school district, state, and the country, particularly with the implementation of the Bridge Law and CCRPI. She spearheaded the initiative to enable all K-12 students to leverage GSIS and GSIS Junior to meet the requirements of that legislation. In addition to her leadership qualities, she also trained others on the significance of career education, collaborating with various local, state, and national agencies. Her warm smile and infectious laughter made her a beloved figure. Under her guidance, more than 1.1 million K-12 students from all 189 Georgia counties received support for career exploration. Her legacy lives on as a testament to her remarkable character, which continues to have a positive impact to this day. So please keep Ms. Grant's family in your thoughts and prayers. I also want to pivot just to say that I thank our board for your engagement this evening on our presentations of action items, but also information from our senior and executive cabinet members. Also want to thank CFO Hull for his presentation earlier at our first millage rate hearing. Of course, we didn't have the public with us tonight in-house, but that information is still readily available that was shared earlier. So we encourage our public to take a look at that. And we would remind our public that we have a third and final hearing for our millage rate, which will be 6:30 p.m. on next Thursday, July 20th, just prior to our 7 p.m. regular board session. So that's all I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, is there any need for a recess? Anyone? Okay. The cabinet has provided numerous presentations under information. I would like for the board members to please review the information. Please review the June 2023 board minutes and provide any edits to Ingrid. We will vote on those minutes at the regular session next week. There is no old business and there is no new business. The cabinet has provided an overview of the action items for the board to vote on next week. Is there a motion for the action items to be placed on a consent agenda?
Second, Akita Palmer.
A motion to consider the action items under a consent agenda at the regular session has been made by Ms. North and seconded by Ms. Palmer. Is there any discussion?
I think the millage rate adoption should probably not be on the consent, should be brought out of the consent agenda. I would
So
move.
are y'all moving?
Any discussion? All in favor of that?
Well, look, you had a motion for a consent agenda, so
Yes.
that you had, so you need to make a motion. I make a motion to modify Mandy's consent agenda motion to remove the millage rate from the consent agenda. So you need to vote on your modification first.
To see if there's support.
To
for
see
that
if there's
modification.
support on that first.
Okay. So a motion, is that your modification you just made?
Yes, I'd move to modify the consent agenda, removing the millage rate adoption therefrom.
Okay, a motion has been made to modify the consent agenda to remove the millage rate. All in favor? Motion carries.
So was that,
Huh?
was that 3 in support of?
That was
That was 4, okay.
4 in
Okay.
support of.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't see all the
Right,
hands.
right,
That-
4-3. Mhm.
4 and 3 noes, 1 Pam Brown, no Heather Duncan, and no Akita Palmer. Okay. Okay, a motion has been made to amend the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the item? What is it? 1 through 2, 3, and 4? Okay. Okay. All right, all in favor? Can I get a second? Okay. A motion has been made to approve the consent agenda 2, 3, and 4 by Sandra Jackson-Letts and second by Mr. Kenny. All in favor? Yes. Motion carries. Okay. Yes, no from Heather Duncan, no from Pam Brown, and no from Akita Palmer. Thank you. There is no board discussion. However, we do have a need for executive session to discuss personnel. Can I get a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
Motion has been made to go into executive session by Heather Duncan, second by Ms. Jones. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. It is now 9:41. We are back in regular session. Do I have a motion to end the board meeting for tonight?
Second. Third.
A motion has been made by Sandra Jackson-Lett, a second by Ms. Jones.
All in favor?
All in favor? Motion carries 6-0 with Mandy North missing. Good night, everyone, and thank you.